Is that my microphone? Yeah, I get a microphone. Great. Yeah, so I have to do it differently every time. So between 7 and 9:30 on Monday and Wednesday, I'm supposed to be uh, taking classes. And not now, but in a few weeks or a month. I'm not used to this schedule thing, so I'm just going to do something. I'm 20 minutes late for class. Uh, yeah, I got to get used to having a schedule. It's not really black and white behind me. That's just turning into nighttime. Anyway, I'll be back. It's a start. Okay. I should learn to look at the YouTube broadcast to see if anybody's chatting, but nobody will be chatting. I had a following years ago with look at the YouTube broadcast to see if oh, there I am. Anybody's chatting, but nobody will be chatting. I had a following years ago with there I am. Okay, it looks good. Look at the YouTube broadcast to see if oh, there I am. Okay. So, interesting. This does not flip the screen. Oh, I see. I have it. It turns the same way my head turns. All right. Well, then I'll switch these over. How's that? All right. I can do that. There. Now it looks like I'm looking at the screen over there. But this needs to come over a little. Okay. That's it. So I've been stressing over essays, but I think I have the concept. Now, whether I can do them or not, I don't know. I would love to see my hands. Can I see my hands? There, I can see my hands now. Can't see my forehead. My hair. Here's my hair. My hands. Great. Probably very quiet. So I'll be doing, no, I'll be doing a class for that school. It is yeah, that's what it's called. I like a little word wrap. You know what I like? A little fun. I don't know if it'll work, but I'll try it. Hmm. See if this works. Let's see if this works. Oh, hello. A little big. You're way too big. Way too big. Way too big. Way too big. Hello. Alright. Now, will this... Alright. Does it show on YouTube? Oh wait, OBS will tell me. OBS is happy with it. Good. Okay. Now, go back in time 33 years. Oops, let's get over here again. Yeah, that's more reliable. Except they didn't have this back then. Let's see what I can do here. Can I read PDF files? Can I display them? I can't display them. I can save it. How do I? Can I break it to a shell? Yes. Now, the question is, how do I view a PDF file? We do have a version of Firefox on here, but PDF to HTML. Okay, good enough. But I do have it. Nope, I don't. I suppose I could use Firefox. Didn't like something. You don't have a PDF viewer in the Firefox. Here, okay. Um, nope. Less? No. Less doesn't work. Get out of town. Okay. No, I think there's a way to strip white space. Squeeze. It's blank line. There is a way. And I could put it in the editor. At this point, I did not expect that. Hmm. Why are you doing it this way? Why are you doing it this way? Killing time. Because you don't want to learn it. What's the name of that text editor? Yeah, no. J? Oh. Bad. Yeah, where's that math? Oh, I see now. No, I don't want that. Hmm. Oh, whatever. Much better. Find hmm. Whatever, it's killing time. This is the one. MGF 1106. This is the course I'll be taking. I would be in right now. Mm. Back to one. What is that, I wonder? Wait, no, go back. And oh, post your presentations. Oh boy. Oh boy. Post your presentations. It's gonna hurt, but okay. Mm. Really is more up my alley, I guess. Oh, open textbooks. I like the sound of that. This open textbooks. Original. Updated. Math in society. I think I can do this. Society. What's that gonna do? Try it. Oh, additions. Good idea. Let's see what's new. It's new additions. Look, birds. This is a whole book, I think. Wow. Okay. Look at you. Oh, word problems. Yeah, I hate word problems. So this is an entire book. Aha, I thought I heard something. There's birds I heard?
Yeah.
Crazy birds.
I know, maybe that's what we're saying down there. What they know?
There's a flock of birds just screaming on their way past.
Yeah.
Hmm. I wonder if I can digest this with Claude 2. I think I can. I think I can digest this with Claude 2. Updated. Let's check this out. It should be about 300 pages. Here's your regular textbook. So, just the whole book. Great. So let's take this whole thing here and right clicks. You don't like the right clicks? I don't get no right clicks. Okay. We're probably mad because of using so much resources. So now I want Poe. I'm not doing this. No. Oh, the other email. It's the other one. Here we go. Yeah. Here we have this. So it fits. I think, yeah. So now I want to, um, did you get the wrong one? Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay. Oh, I see. That's too big. Hmm. Don't believe it. Let's try it. I respect it. The heck? Come on. Have it? Okay. Oh, it's available in Word format too. Oh, I love this. Hello, wet cat.
What's that? Oh, like that. Oh, like that. What? That.
Where'd you go? Actually eating the textbook. This is amazing. Wow. I am absolutely floored with this. Because it'll be familiar in some way. Like a broad picture of the whole thing. This is absolutely doing it. Absolutely doing it. Amazing. Wow. Not really what I'm looking at. Yeah. Mm. Amazing. I'm gonna still the class time. I'm gonna do an overview of the whole thing. Not in after though. That's so cool. That's so cool. This book right here. Um, oh, yucky. No. Isn't there a nice reader mode? Reader mode? Yeah, I can read aloud, but I want the nice fonts.
The text is a list of math topics covered in a textbook by David Lippman.
Oh yeah, a lot of that.
David Lippman. The topics include: the college at Jacksonville thanks the Northeast Florida Library Information Network, NEFLIN, for providing the innovation grant that allowed.
I want to hear all of it. Yeah.
The text is a list of math topics covered in a textbook by David Lippman. The topics include problem solving, voting theory, weighted voting, apportionment, fair division, graph theory, scheduling, growth models, finance, statistics, describing data, probability, sets, historical counting systems, fractals, cryptography, and solutions to selected exercises. The textbook is used in a liberal arts mathematics I course at Florida State. The college at Jacksonville thanks the Northeast Florida Library Information Network, NEFLIN, for providing the innovation grant that allowed for the adaptation and printing of this textbook. Copyright for this book is held by David Lippman, who edited the book and received support from the Transition Math Project and the Open Course Library Project. Some sections of the book include portions derived from other works by various authors, which are used under different licenses. The front cover photo is by Jan Tick and is licensed under CC BY 2.0. The text itself is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 United States license, allowing for copying, distribution, display, and performance of the work as long as attribution is given and derivative works are allowed under the same license. The text discusses the conditions and rights associated with a Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 license for the textbook Math in Society. It mentions that the textbook content was modified by Florida State College at Jacksonville Library and Learning Commons in 2020. The 2020, the author, David Lippman, is an advocate for open learning and reducing the cost of education. He developed iMathAS, an open-source online math homework software. The text discusses the development and impact of WAMAP, a system used by thousands of students in Washington state, which has saved them money compared to other commercial offerings. The author, David, also wrote textbooks to address the high cost of textbooks for students. The preface of the book emphasizes that mathematics goes beyond algebra and explores various mathematical approaches to problem solving. The second edition of a book is available online for free in Word and PDF format. It has been revised to clarify confusing concepts and add additional examples. New chapters and problems were also added. The book has supplements including suggested syllabi, online homework and quizzes, and written assignments. The course shell follows Quality Matters guidelines but has not yet been formally reviewed. The text discusses problem solving in math and introduces the concepts of percents, rates, and proportions. It also provides examples on how to convert decimals to percents and vice versa. The text discusses how to calculate percentages, including examples of finding sales tax, tuition increase, and percent decrease in value. It emphasizes the importance of the base when calculating percentages. Only 1 in 2,400 marijuana users go on to use harder drugs, showing that the claim that 80% of hard drug users first smoked marijuana is not equivalent to 80% of marijuana smokers using hard drugs. The federal debt increased from $5 trillion in 2001 to $8.45 trillion in 2006. The relative increase between 2001 to 2002 and 2005 to 2006 is calculated to determine the larger increase. The stock value decreases by 60% one week and then increases by 75% the next week. The value is still 30% lower than where it started. The number of high schools with graduation rates of 60% or lower decreased by 17, cutting the number of students attending such schools in half. The usefulness of the decrease by 17 number is unclear, and it is estimated that there were originally around 34 dropout factories. The text discusses different claims made by candidates during elections and cautions about describing changes in percentages. It also mentions a specific example of a politician's support increasing from 40% to 50%, and describes the change as both a 10 percentage point increase and a 25% relative increase. Support has increased by 25% in example 11, caution against averaging percents in example 13, rates in example 12, proportion equation in example 13, and the use of dimensional analysis in example 14 and 15. On a map, a distance of half an inch corresponds to 3 real miles. To find the distance between two cities that are 1 inches apart on the map, a proportion is set up and the unknown quantity, the mile distance, is represented by variable x. By multiplying both sides of the equation, the mile distance is found to be 13 miles. Similarly, to determine how far a car can drive on 40 gallons of gas when it can drive 300 miles on 15 gallons, a proportion is used. The rate of 20 miles per gallon is found, and multiplying this rate by 40 gallons gives a distance of 800 miles. Dimensional analysis can also be used for unit conversions. Text summary: 1 kilogram is equal to 2.2 pounds on Earth, 1 ton is equal to 2,000 pounds, and 1,000 grams is equal to 1 kilogram. In terms of capacity, 1 cup is equal to 8 fluid ounces, 1 quart is equal to 2 pints or 4 cups, and 1,000 milliliters is equal to 1 liter. Fluid ounces are a measurement for liquids. A bicycle traveling at 15 miles per hour will cover 440 feet in 20 seconds. Proportional relationships are important when solving problems. Large numbers can make calculations more challenging. The example of tiling a 10 feet by 10 foot room with 100 tiles is given. A 20 feet by 20 foot room will require 400 tiles. Additional advertising may be less effective than the initial campaign. The 2010 US military budget is compared to salaries of Walmart employees, and the population of the US electricity consumption per capita in China and Japan is compared using data from the CIA. China's electricity consumption in 2011 was 4.693 trillion kilowatt-hour, while Japan's consumption was 859.7 billion kilowatt-hour. When considering consumption per capita, Japan actually uses almost twice the electricity per person compared to China, despite China using more overall. Requires a larger amount of dough than the regular marshmallow. Considering the volume of the dough, which is determined by the area of the top of the marshmallow, the weight of the dough will scale accordingly. By using the formula for the area of a circle, the area of each marshmallow can be calculated. By setting up a proportion, the weight of the dough for a jumbo marshmallow can be determined. Similarly, the number of calories in the jumbo marshmallow can be estimated using the same scaling principle. The jumbo marshmallow has a volume of 118.8 units cubed and 88.1 calories, which is about 3.375 times larger than a regular marshmallow. Problem solving is best approached by first identifying what you are looking for and working backwards to find the necessary information and procedures. To answer this question, you need to determine the number of calories in each mini-muffin and calculate To answer this question, you need to determine the number of calories in each minimuffin and calculate the total calories in 4 minimuffins. To estimate the calories in 4 minimuffins, multiply the calories per standard muffin by the number of standard muffins produced in the recipe, then divide by the number of minimuffins produced. In this case, there are 12 standard muffins with 250 calories each, resulting in a total of 3,000 calories for the whole recipe. Dividing by the number of minimuffins, 20, each minimuffin contains 150 calories. Therefore, for minimuffins would total to 600 calories consumed. To estimate the cost of replacing the boards on a deck, we can take the approach of estimating the area of the deck and finding the approximate cost per square foot of deck boards. For this approach, we need information such as the dimensions of the deck and the cost and dimensions of a single deck board. Assuming the deck is rectangular and measures 16 feet by 24 feet, 384 square feet, and a cedar deck board measuring 8 feet by 4 inches costs about $7.50, we can calculate the total cost. The cost of running the regular Sonata for a year would be $1,613.45, and the cost of running the hybrid Sonata for a year would be $1,163.35. Therefore, the regular Sonata would cost $450.10 more to run for a year compared to the hybrid Sonata. The hybrid Sonata saves $450.10 in gas costs compared to the regular Sonata, a 27.9% reduction. However, the hybrid costs $4,965 more upfront. It would take approximately 11 years for the gas savings to offset the higher initial cost. If planning to own the car for less than 11 years, other factors such as resale value should be considered. Math can guide the decision, but cannot make it. At least partial truth in numerical claims about healthcare payments, source for more info provided. Assumptions and values used to calculate cost of flying vs driving. The text includes various mathematical problems and questions related to percentages, taxes, goals. Kaplan's enrollment was 64% larger than Walden's. B. Walden's enrollment was 36% smaller than Kaplan's. C. Walden's enrollment was 61% of Kaplan's. A. Bolt's time was 3% faster than Hind's. B. Hind time was 7% slower than Bolt's. C. Hind time was 99% of Bolt's. You end up paying 42% of the original price. Having a stock that drops 30% on Monday and goes up 30% on Tuesday results in a net loss of 9%. A. These two claims are not comparable because they're talking about different things. B. These two claims are not comparable because they're talking about different things. A. These two claims are in conflict. B. These two claims are in conflict. A. These two claims are not comparable because they're talking about different things. B. These two claims are not comparable because they're talking about different things. The text contains a list of questions and prompts regarding various topics such as taxes, percentages, and rates. For 3 megawatt wind turbines can power 3,000 homes, so to power 55,000 homes, 183 turbines would be required. Compared to the number of photos on Flickr, the amount of tweets in a year can be visualized by imagining each character as a drop of water filling something up. Inquiry about quantities of water consumed, blinking frequency, weight of water in a hot tub, amount of paint needed for a house, distance between Mars and Earth, distance a car travels before reacting to an obstacle, distance of lightning based on thunder delay, distance to a building based on echo delay, time to fill different sized mattresses, and time to fill a watering can. A 3x8x1 inflatable pool is described, along with a 13-foot diameter inflatable pool. The text also includes a question about ordering topsoil for a garden, the cost of filling a swimming pool with Jell-O, estimating the cost of installing a brick patio, comparing prices of regular and jumbo avocados, the quantity of pecans needed for making pies, and the amount of sugar in a 20-ounce soda. It is not possible to summarize the given text into a 5% concise summary without losing the essential information and context. Options for painting a 6 feet by 9 foot room, cost of penny floor tiles in comparison to ceramic tiles, cost effectiveness of growing vegetables in a backyard garden, decision on keeping a 1993 Honda Civic or trading for a used 2008 Honda Civic, cost comparison between vegetarian and omnivore diets. The cost of a canister is $2.39. The car covered with caps is a 1993 Honda Accord with dimensions of 2,800 pounds weight, 185.2 inches length, 67.1 inches width, and 55.2 inches height. The distance to the neighborhood store is 2 miles, taking 7 minutes, while the store across town is 8.9 miles, taking 25 minutes. The car gets an average of 24 miles per gallon and holds about 14 gallons. Gas costs approximately $3.69 per gallon. The nutritional label shows that the serving size is 1/3 cup with 110 calories from fat. The current furnace is 60% efficient, while the new furnace is 94% efficient. The gas bill includes a base charge of $10.34, $0.39097 per therm for delivery, and $0.65195 per therm for gas cost. The new furnace costs $7,450 and the plan is to live in the house for at least 15 years. Janine drinks 3 bottles of water, each 16.9 ounces, which costs $3.99 for a 24-pack. A reusable water bottle costs about $10 and its lifespan is unknown. Water filters have various costs and filtering capacities. A faucet-mounted filter costs $28 and filters up to 100 gallons. A water filter pitcher costs $22 and filters for 40 gallons or 2 months. An undersink filter costs $130 and filters 500 gallons. For car-free transportation, Marcus can walk, take a bus, or use Zipcar for various locations. Gas costs $3.69 per gallon. He pays $95 per month for insurance and has maintenance costs of $30 every 3 months, and about $300 per year. He pays $220 per month for his car loan and plans to trade it in for a newer model in a couple of years. The text discusses various costs and taxes related to transportation. It mentions the mileage per gallon for a car, the cost of a bus ride, and the cost and plans for renting a Zipcar. It also briefly explains the purpose of taxes and provides examples of how they are calculated. A flat tax charges a constant percentage rate, a progressive tax increases the rate as the base amount increases, and a regressive tax decreases the rate as the base amount increases. The U.S. federal income tax is an example of a progressive tax, as higher wage incomes pay a higher percent tax. Sales tax is considered a regressive tax due to its impact on lower-income individuals. A gasoline tax is also considered a regressive tax in terms of income. Gasoline tax is considered regressive as it disproportionately affects lower-income earners. Even if 2 individuals earning $30,000 and $60,000 per year both pay $60 in gasoline taxes over a year, the former pays 0.2% of their income while the latter pays 0.1% of their income. The text discusses different tax plans, including a flat tax, a modified flat tax, and a progressive tax. It asks for the necessary flat tax rate in the modified system and for the determination of progressive tax rates for each income group. It also considers discretionary income and calculates the effective tax rates for each plan. The text asks for opinions on which plan seems the most fair. Calculating taxes, visit IRS website and download forms 1040 A, B, C, and D. Calculate taxes for different scenarios. Consider how the income tax system treats different forms of income. Voting theory: a vacation club is deciding on a destination. Individual votes are combined into a preference schedule. Total vote count determines the group consensus. Democratic countries elect leaders through voting. The method for determining a winner can vary, but the goal is to reflect the preferences of the people. Preference schedules and preference ballots can provide more information on how voters rank alternatives. The plurality method, also known as majority rules, is commonly used in the United States. It is based on the candidate with the most first-choice votes winning, but it may not represent a majority. A majority is not necessary for a choice to win in an election. The plurality method declares the choice with the most first preference votes as the winner. In example 2, Hawaii is the Condorcet winner because it is preferred over both Anaheim and Orlando. There is a problem with the plurality method when there are 3 or more choices. An election in Anaheim resulted in the winner being preferred by only 40% of voters, despite 60% of voters preferring a different candidate. This violates the fairness principle known as the Condorcet criterion. In the election between Don and Key, Don is the preferred candidate, despite having the smallest number of first-place votes. In another election, there is no Condorcet winner. Insincere voting can occur when candidates have similar views, and instant runoff voting is a method that aims to address this issue. Instant runoff voting, IRV, is a voting method used in political elections. It involves preference ballots and eliminates the choice with the least first-place votes until a choice has a majority. IRV has been used in elections such as the Australian House of Representatives, and the selection of host nations by the International Olympic Committee. Under the IRV method, Don is eliminated in the first round and his votes are transferred to Key, making Key the winner. However, this violates the Condorcet criterion since Don was the Condorcet winner. In another example, Adams would be the winner with 66 votes to 34 for Brown. IRV has its flaws and in one scenario, 10 voters change their votes to favor the presumed winner. In a revote, Carter wins the election with 51 votes to Adams' 49 votes. The election violates the fairness criterion. Border count, another voting method, assigns points to candidates based on ranking. Under border count, points are awarded based on the rank of each choice and the number of votes. Seattle had the most first-choice votes but lost due to this system's flaws. The border count and Copeland's method are voting systems that determine outcomes based on rankings. The border count considers every voter's entire ranking, while Copeland's method looks at pairwise comparisons. Variations of both methods are used in various organizations, including sports awards and the election of the Wikimedia Foundation's Board of Trustees. The majority criterion states that if a choice has a majority of first-place votes, it should be the winner. In Copeland's method, each pair of candidates is compared, and the candidate with the most pairwise wins is declared the winner. Hawaii wins with the most points. Anaheim wins against Orlando with 7 votes compared to 3. Hawaii wins against Anaheim with 6 votes compared to 4. This process aligns with determining a Condorcet winner. In another example, A gets 1 point against B, C gets 1 point against A and D both get 1/2 point against each other, A gets 1 point against E, B and C both get 1/2 point against each other, D gets 1 point against B gets 1 point against E, D gets 1 point against C gets 1 point against E, and D gets 1 point against E. Using Copeland's method, D is declared the winner with 3.5 points. Copeland's method can still select a winner when there is no Condorcet winner. In example 11, Carlos is awarded the scholarship, but a recount is conducted after Dimitri is determined to be ineligible. Vote to remove Dimitri. Preference schedule A, C, B, C, B, A, C. A receives 1.5 points, B receives 0.5 points, and C receives 1 point. Anna becomes the sudden winner, violating the IA criterion. Copeland's method can result in ties and is typically part of a more advanced method. No perfect voting method exists that satisfies all fairness criteria. The Arrow's impossibility theorem states that it is not possible for a voting method to satisfy all fairness criteria. In a specific example, choosing a movie to watch, The Matrix is the winner, but 2/3 of voters would prefer a different choice, demonstrating the Condorcet's voting paradox. Different voting methods, such as plurality, IRV, border count, and Copeland's method, are used based on what seems most fair for the situation. Approval voting is an alternative method where voters mark all choices they find acceptable and the option with the most approval wins. Approval voting can easily violate the majority criterion and is susceptible to strategic insincere voting. In an example given, Bob and Alice were able to sway the voting result in favor of their preference by voting insincerely. The text also mentions that in American politics, there is more to selecting representatives than simply casting and counting ballots. The process of electing state congressional representatives and local politicians involves a primary election and a general election. For nonpartisan offices, the primary election narrows down the candidates. Sequential voting, similar to reality competition shows, is used to choose the top 2 candidates in the primary. Partisan offices have a primary election where candidates declare their party affiliation. Some states have closed primaries where only party members can vote, while others have open primaries or caucuses. Open primaries allow any voter to choose which party's primary to vote in. Washington state currently uses a top 2 primary system where voters select candidates from all parties. The top 2 candidates, regardless of party affiliation, move on to the general election. However, this system can give political parties an incentive to select a top candidate before the primary to avoid splitting the party's vote. In general elections, the top candidate from each major political party is included, but independent or minor party candidates typically have to gather a certain number of signatures to be listed on the ballot. M wins using Border count and Copeland's method. Tacoma wins using approval voting. There are exercises given to create preference tables based on individual ballots. Voting theory is being discussed throughout the text. A. The text discusses different voter elections and asks various questions about them. B. It provides information about the number of votes needed for a majority and plurality, and the different methods used to determine the winners. C. It presents specific scenarios and includes the number of voters, their choices, and asks to find the winners using different methods. In this text, there is a discussion about different voting methods such as Copeland's method, plurality voting, and approval voting. There is also mention of specific scenarios with different numbers of candidates and voters. The text also raises the question of whether there is a Condorcet candidate in a particular voting system. Finally, there is a mention of a fairness criterion being violated in an election where the outcome changes when one candidate drops out. In an election, candidate A won with candidate B as a close second and candidate C coming in a distant third. If the election were to be held again and voters who initially voted for C switched their preferences to favor A, resulting in B becoming the winner, it violates the primary fairness criterion. A single voter can change the outcome under border count with 4 candidates, but not with 3 candidates. There is no possibility for a single voter to manipulate the vote to help a different candidate become a Condorcet winner. Plurality, instant runoff, border count, and Copeland's method all satisfy the Pareto condition. Sequential pairwise voting can violate the Pareto and majority criteria. The Coombs method eliminates the choice with the most last-place votes. Copeland's method is designed to identify a Condorcet candidate if there is one. The Copeland's method does not have a tie-breaking procedure. The Schulze method, used by Wikimedia, is another Condorcet method that can be researched for examples of how it works. The plurality method, used in most U.S. elections, was influenced by the presence of Ross Perot in 1992 and Ralph Nader in 2000, potentially changing the outcome. Alternative voting methods could have avoided this issue. Instant runoff voting and approval voting are being advocated as alternative methods for elections, and research comparisons between the two methods highlight their advantages and disadvantages. The top 2 primary in Washington state, where the top 2 candidates advance regardless of party, is compared to instant runoff voting, considering differences in methods, cost, campaigning, and fairness. In some states, voters must declare a party to vote in the primary election, and the top candidate from each party advances to the general election. This is also compared to instant runoff voting. Runoff voting methods, such as plurality, instant runoff voting, border count, and Copeland's method, can be extended to produce a ranked list of candidates. Weighted voting is a system where each vote has a weight attached to it, commonly used in corporate settings, parliamentary governments, and the United Nations Security Council. The power each voter has in influencing the outcome is of interest in weighted voting systems. Vocabulary for weighted voting includes players, individual or entity casting a vote, weights, representing the number of votes each player gets, and quota, minimum weight needed for approval. Weighted voting systems are often represented in shorthand form, with a quota and weights assigned to each player. In a small company with 4 shareholders, the ownership stakes determine their voting power. The company's bylaws require more than 50% ownership approval for any decision. To have a meaningful system, it is necessary to set limits on the quota. Setting the quota too low or too high can result in decisions not being made. Additionally, a specific voting system is needed for a committee with representatives from management and the workers' union, where at least one union member must support a proposal. The concept of power is also explored in a specific voting system. In the voting system 8, 6, 3, 2, player 1 has veto power but is not a dictator. Quota must be more than 1/2 total votes, and no player can have veto power. Player 3 is a dummy in 10, 7, 6, 2 system. Coalition is a group of players voting same way, and critical players are those whose absence changes a winning coalition to a losing one. In a voting system with players P1, P2, P3, P4, and P5, players 1 and 2 are critical in a winning coalition, while player 5 is a dummy. There are no dictators, but players 1 and 2 have veto power. The Bands Have Power Index is a numerical way of measuring power in a weighted voting situation. The text discusses the weighted voting system in a parliament. It mentions the number of representatives for each party and how they typically vote as a bloc. It also introduces the concepts of dictators, veto power, and dummies in a coalition. The Bands Have Power Index is explained as a way to calculate the power of each player. It then provides an example of finding the Bands Have Power Index for a specific voting system. Player 1, 7 player 2, 9 player 3, 6 player 4, 5 player 5, 5 total. 32 divide each player's count by 32 to convert to fractions or percents. Player 1, 7, 32 equals 21.875%. Player 2, 9, 32 equals 28.125%. Player 3, 6 32 equals 18.75%. Player 4, 5 32 equals 15.625%. Player 5, 5, 32 equals 15.625%. The Bands Have Power Index shows that player 2 has the most influence with 28.125%. Player 5 is again a dummy as they have no influence. The text discusses the Bands Have Power Index and gives examples of its calculation in different voting systems with weighted votes. In a weighted voting system with districts, the 3 smaller districts are not important as any winning coalition requires 2 larger districts. In a specific sequential coalition, P4 is the pivotal player. The Electoral College system in the US is an example of a weighted voting system. The Shapler-Shubik Power Index is a method for calculating power based on the order in which players join a coalition. A change in approach to coalitions is needed, considering the order in which players join. Sequential coalitions list players in their joining order, with one pivotal player who changes a losing coalition to a winning one. In a weighted voting system, 6, 4, 3, 2, there are 6 sequential coalitions and the pivotal player varies. Different power index calculations can yield different results. The text explains how to calculate the Shapler-Shubik Power Index and provides an example. It also mentions that computing the index by hand can be difficult for larger voting systems. Furthermore, it states that the number of sequential coalitions in a voting system with n players is n. Finally, it presents a question to find the Shapler-Shubik Power Index for a specific weighted voting system. The text discusses different voting systems and how they determine winning coalitions. It mentions the importance of having a certain number of management members or union members to meet a quota. It also explains how players in a voting system may have veto power or be considered dummies. The text provides examples of winning coalitions based on different combinations of players. In a weighted voting system, coalitions are formed and critical players are identified based on reaching quota. Each player's number of critical appearances is counted and converted into fractions to determine their Bands Have Power. Sequential coalitions are listed and pivotal players are identified. In the given exercise, the number of players, total votes, and quota in 2 different weighted voting systems are calculated. Finally, the smallest value of quota in a given weighted voting system is determined. This text discusses various weighted voting systems and their characteristics, including the smallest and largest values a quota can take, the value of the quota for passing a motion, identifying dictators, players with veto power, and dummies in different voting systems. It also explores the weight of specific coalitions and critical players within those coalitions. The text concludes with the Bands Have Power distribution of different weighted voting systems for various quotas. Summary: the text discusses various scenarios and questions related to weighted voting systems and power distribution. It covers different quotas, pivotal players, dictator values, veto power, dummy players, and different methods of power distribution analysis. The text discusses various situations where weighted voting systems are used to represent decision-making processes. Examples include a presidency and 3 vice presidencies, a basketball team with a head coach and 3 assistant coaches, shareholders in a corporation based on their investments, a contract negotiations group consisting of workers and managers, and the United Nations Security Council. It also mentions the band's half-power distribution and asks about the power dynamics between workers and managers in one case. The text does not provide enough information to summarize in 5% of the original text. The text discusses the use of the Electoral College as a weighted voting system. It presents a hypothetical election in a mini-country with 4 states, and provides different scenarios for calculating the winner based on the number of electoral votes assigned to each state. It also raises questions about the fairness and power distribution of the Electoral College system. This text discusses the apportionment problem of allocating representatives in politics and other areas. It highlights 4 methods for solving this problem, with Hamilton's method being one of them. However, Hamilton's method was not implemented due to a veto by President Washington. Hamilton's method of apportionment, which was adopted from 1852 to 1911, determined how many representatives each state should get based on their population. The method followed 4 rules, including that the divisions must be in whole numbers, all the things being divided must be used and no more, each group must receive at least one thing, and the number of things assigned should be proportional to the group's population. An example was provided using the state of Delaware and its 3 counties to demonstrate the application of Hamilton's method. The populations of the counties were used to determine each county's quota. The text also mentioned the use of technology today to facilitate more precise calculations.
I'm very impressed by that. That summary thing was excellent. 5%. So 32K. Wow. It's 32K, so that'll fit. I don't know any place that won't fit any of those things. Where's Poe? Do I have a Poe open? I'm gonna open the Poe. Alright, here comes a Poe. So, alright. Start with Claude Instant, and we'll do this textbook summary. Sets. Wonderful. 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 Now, that was Claude Instant. Let's go to Assistant. Okay. Same question to you. Wonderful. Wow. 100K. Hmm. I don't think so. Summarize the whole textbook. Try it. Sure, it's too big. 12 megabytes. It's too big. It's too big. It's a different engine from the one I was using now. So it'll come up with different answers than ChatGPT 3 if it works. I think the other one worked by doing it in chunks. Now this one's going to try to do it all at once. I don't think it'll succeed, but I'm going to get some water while it tries. I watered a sandwich. Now what am I doing? Did it work? It did. I don't believe it. Oh, it's incredible. Fantastic. Wow. That is so brief. Don't wanna. Okay. So, oh, this is common. Or is it? Visual learning. Okay. Oh, examples. Hmm. Thank you for your help. That's very good. Hmm. Should have a folder for this. I do have. They gave me a OneDrive account. This is great. Really great. That is such a. I don't know. I won't need this for a while, but now is that my course? Is it from 7 to 9 or 7 to 9:30? I don't know. Hmm. It's either 7 to 9 or 7 to 9:30. And I was determined to sit here for the whole time. I'm not used to the sitting that long. Oh my god, it's to 9:30. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Oh my. Tomorrow morning is 3 hours. Well, no, I don't need help right now, thanks. Incredible. David Lippman, thank you. So, no. Hmm. Oh, I see. Hmm. That's Math and Society. Excuse me. Okay, their biology's there. Mathematics and liberal arts, I'm going to try to do clip with. I may not be able to. Oh, these are scary. What's that? OpenStax. What's all that? Hey. No. Yeah. 1106 is there. M1. Amazing. Wow. This is so cool. I really love this. I love this. So you have another half hour. To go. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Look at you go. No. Oh, I see. These are tutors. All right. Okay. So that was that. Amazing. Excuse me while I'm astounded. This is great. Okay, Math and Society is the one that. Okay, I'm not ready for that yet. This is the one that I. It's so cool. Reduced course. Yeah, I don't know what this means. Except it's something called Lumen. That's cool. I don't know what that means, but okay. Yeah. Let's see. That's the course. 32 videos. Somehow. How many hours we got here? It's a lot. It's probably not the same focus. But then again, nobody else is doing it. Can't hurt. Right?
You have thousands of leads in your CRM database, and yet an average dealership only engages with 15% of those shoppers at any.
Welcome. Let's get started with our first example. Here we have 4 different groupings, and let's pause and take a moment to identify what we could say is similar and different about each set individually. So for instance, in this first grouping, what do all the elements have in common? So we have 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. What they all have in common is they're all even numbers. And if I wanted to try to describe this verbally, I could start by saying it's the even numbers. If every element in the one set belongs in the other. So let's check. 2 is in the smaller set. 2 is also in the bigger set. 4 is in the smaller set. 4 is in the bigger set. 6 is in the smaller set. 6 is in the bigger set. Since every element here is an element of the bigger set, we would correctly write is a subset. Now I'd encourage you to pause the video and attempt this example. Begin by checking is every element in the first set part of the second set. If that's true, then subset applies. If even one thing fails, then it's not a subset. So here as I look, A is in this set, but if you look through all the elements here, A does not belong in the second set. So since they disagree on any elements, we would use not subset. Looking at our next one, 30 is an element of the smaller set. 30 is not present here, so this one is also not a subset. Now take a moment to think about this last one. I encourage you to pause the video, attempt it on your own, really think about what these ... means in terms of what is this set on the right. And whenever you've had time to think about it, unpause to check your work. We've seen this ... before. What that means is the pattern that set continues as expected, and since nothing comes after it, and welcome. Let's get started with our first example. Here we have 4 different groupings, and let's pause and take a moment to identify what we could say is similar and different about each set individually. So for instance, in this first grouping, what do all the elements have in common? So we have
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for coming to our test 1 review for
I chose St. George's University School of Medicine because at the time that I wanted to go into medicine, they were the only university that was willing to give me that chance. And I wanted somewhere that I felt believed in me. And from the beginning,
1 review for our MGF 1106.
Good morning, everyone. Well, guess it's not morning too much, but Hopefully, we got a good rest and we were able to go in and look at our notes. At this time, I'm going to go and go through our notes, make sure that we understand what's happening, that we got a chance to look and absorb the material for Unit 1 of our lessons. So I'm going to share my screen with you so that we can go through them. Please make sure you have your notes out, your blank notes, preferably so that you can start writing in them as you go through. Use this tape in case you miss class, or if you would like to just refresh yourself on what we went through in class. I will try to be as detailed as I can, but your annotated notes have all the detail in them. I will not write every single thing down because you can then go back and reflect on your annotated notes as well. Okay, so I want to go through and just make sure that we understand what's happening in the lesson and point out some things that you need to know before the test. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm going to open up our lesson notes. Here we're looking at our chapter 1. So before we get started, looking at the first page, starting on page 6 of your notes. So page 6 looks at the memory sheet, memorizing information on what we need to know. Make sure. All right. So at the bottom of the page for Unit 1, we're looking at our sets material here in this video. I sent out information in your email to help you set up flashcards. So this information for you would be very good on, on flashcards. If you do not like flashcards, that is fine. You can use it as a study guide. You can use it as a muscle memory to write your information over and over again. Whatever study tools you use this sheet that I sent you to help you, okay? Use it however you feel needed. First things first, we're just gonna go over our definition so we can make sure we know exactly what we're talking about. We're looking at going to be able to tell what a well-defined
There I am. So, opposite of not. Oh, or not. Opposite or not. Yeah, I need slash or. So silly. Or, 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 hey, it divides it, or it cleaves it in half, or it's a hatchet, or it's a hatchet. Ah, it's a hatchet. Ah, it's a hatchet. Hey, hey. Hey, it's a hatchet. Cleaves it into. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what these oh, out of here. Oh boy. I guess I'll learn. Guess I'm gonna learn. Great. I don't know what I just did. Pretty, pretty, pretty. How do you do that? So pretty. Oh dear. Pretty. Oh yeah, I got that. Central. It's true. Yeah. No, I'm not doing advanced mathematics. No. Yeah, I'm fascinated by it, but no. That's what it is. Textbook. So you're using finite mathematics. So I think they're all a little different. Clegg. I heard you Chegg, Clegg. So doesn't matter, does it? I wonder if there's a history. I guess I'll be learning. I never understood this stuff, but I guess I'm gonna learn. Is it recording? I'll be very upset. Yeah, it's recording. Uh, Very interesting. I actually would like to learn this stuff. Uh, let's see. Bring this back over here so I can look at it. I want to know. Oh yeah. This would be a Bing. I don't know if I get access to Bing on this, but I do get let's see if Yama knows. No. Okay. Let's see if the Google Bard. Let's try you out. Uh-huh. Wow. That's great. That's amazing. Okay.
Now I want to tell you about a principle which can and will change your whole life if you will start to use it consciously. That imagination creates reality. Would you like to put it to a test right in this room? Some people have come in and sat down beside you. These people alongside of you have their handkerchiefs out dabbing their eyes. You want from completion backward. Another example. You've all worked where this has happened. The boss, in some weak-minded moment, puts they set about to bring it into reality.
Hmm. All right. I don't know what this is all about. But let's check it out. You can find me. I'm here someplace. Where am I? I'm here. There I am. All right. It's all this stuff. I'll learn a few things. Let's see. Uh, negation of all or some. Ah, so none of them are correct. Well, be negation. So, no cats call her some cats. None of these is correct. I'll get it. Some. Some aren't. All are. Some bulldogs aren't ugly. All bulldogs are ugly. None of these is correct. I like this. Some buildings are sweet. All buildings aren't sweet. All bulldogs aren't sweet. Oh. None. None. Ah. Nowhere is a kind. Got it. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. Why not? I should learn this anyway. I never knew this stuff. I wonder why. This is very good. I like this. Hacking mathematics. This is very good. Yeah, I need a folder or something. Do I have to make a... I don't want to make a web page for this course. I don't like OneNote. It is. If I close you, you gone? Yeah, you're gone. I don't know. Where? I don't know where I found you. Part of a search, probably. Very cool. Hmm. Wait, Google Bard knows quite a few things about it. Bard, look at you. You know a few things. I'm gonna keep working with you. Although I don't know about that professor there. Key concepts. Right. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, Yeah. Oh, quantitative literacy. That's what it is. Okay. Very good. That's very good. That is very good. Phrase I've never heard before. That's a very good. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I should know these things. Yeah. That's what I wanted to know. How is it different? Yeah. Kind of. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Oh, what's this? want to do. That's what I wanted. There we go. Ah. Yeah. I like this. Just principle. I love the principle of it. Okay, let's see. Oh. Wow. Ah. Oh, it's so neat. Yeah, I like that. All right. You sell me on it, eh? That's pretty neat. Interesting. So, LA Steam. And book. Can I get it? I'll read it. Sell me on the case. Yeah, looky do. 97, 97, 90 for pages, and 90 for pages. We got 2 copies. Next tomorrow. Sure. Why not? I don't suppose I get a text to speech now, do I? Need full screen. One page view. I don't suppose I can get a. Yeah, can I? Can I hear it? Oh dear. I just want to hear it. What's this one? Are you different? Looks the same. But I get it. Is it up here? Yes.
Authors. 7 Forward. 11 Robert Orrell Preface, The New Literacy. 15 Lynn Arthur Steen, St. Olaf College The Triumph of Numbers, Civic Implications of Quantitative Literacy. 1 Theodore M. Porter, University of California, Los Angeles Civic Numeracy, Does the Public Care?
Care. 11 Deborah Wadsworth, Public Agenda.
Agenda.
Understanding the News.
News. 23 Gina Colata, The New York Times Making Mathematics the Great Equalizer. 30 Shirley Malcolm, American Association for the Advancement of Science Numeracy, Imperatives of a Forgotten Goal. 36 Idogal, University of Haifa National Indicators of Quantitative Literacy. 45 John A. Dossi, Illinois State University. Thinking Quantitatively About Science. 100 and George W. He, Advanced, John A. Shins, served as Gary Arnold Pack, of Henry O. of Necticott, Eddie, as Uation. In the words of its editor Lindstein, it is about how every one of us in these times is. The College Board the philosopher, as program officer of the John and Mary R. Markle Foundation and as executive director of the Smart Family Foundation, where she developed a program to attract exceptional graduates of liberal arts institutions to the profession of teaching. She serves on numerous boards and committees dealing with education and public policy. The College Board the philosopher John Dewey said that all reflective inquiry starts from a problematic situation. These situations arise, he wrote, when a sudden change in experience perplexes and challenges the mind so that it makes belief uncertain. Taken in its entirety, this book is about just such a situation. In the words of its editor Lindstein, it is about how every one of us in these times is caught in a rising tide of numbers, in an ever-growing flood of quantitative information that increasingly assaults us from many directions at once. It is also about the profound consequences of this event. For all of us and what actions we must take if we hope, as we must, to turn this situation to advantage rather than loss. This situation is both suddenly upon us and long in the making. It began to emerge perceptibly more than 2 centuries ago, but it has been enormously accelerated in recent times by the advent and powerful application of computers in gathering, processing, and disseminating information. The resulting changes are pervasive, reaching deep not just into the environment in which we live and work, but also the entire framework of civic life. Moreover, the evolutionary pace of this change often seems bewildering. While we try to pause and reflect, Steen observes, the relentless quantification of society continues unabated. The news that comes with this turn of events can be new literacy, and absolutely unacceptable questions. The College Board was fortunate that Lindstein agreed to assemble a number of relevant points of view and edit them for publication. It would be inappropriate in this forward. As a result, this volume includes voices from business and industry, the media, science, management, and public policy, among other undertaking in a time when there is much it is perhaps not quantitative literacy, or study possessed of, has been largely different from the firmly defined by work, more the norm than the exception, a source or direction always in flux, to consider the purpose and significance of all that they do, ingrained in our society at large. Instead of this kind, once theoretical, ematics edge, indeed, but, as with all specialized, many constituent, Susan, have done in bring, preface, The New Literacy Lynn Arthur Steen St. Olaf College. As information becomes ever more quantitative and as society relies increasingly on computers and the data they produce, an enumerate citizen today is as vulnerable as the illiterate peasant of Gutenberg's time. Ever since computers opened the floodgates of the information age, we, Calpols, as with hundreds of other matters small and large that command our daily attention, linking estrogen supplements to increased rates of breast cancer in older women? Do the new bears to ordinary computer for themselves the economic impact that underlie facing the challenge, are defined. So too with quantitative literacy. AC, it evolves with technology that we have made so goals produces. The authors in this, although all have studied mathematics the authors in this volume speak from dissimilar professional experiences although all have, and mathematics, of numbers then, the advent of statistics first, which for the first time included numeracy.
use Google effectively and at the same time
Voice, and it is the second edition. You will actually, most of your discussion questions will is and things like that. You want to make sure you don't just like go, okay, well, it's all online, that's it, done. No. You'll be using for this class that you're able to get to computer lab.
Writing lab resources, types of essays. There are many kinds of essays. Below are some of the most common types: narrative, description, process, comparison/contrast, argumentative/persuasive, classification/division, example, definition, cause/effect, and analyzing literature. Each type has a specific function. Narrative essays. Narratives are essays
Inspire Advantage's MCAT tutoring programs make maximizing scores easier. 98% of aspiring physicians increase their score.
Imagine you're getting started with the paper. You've read your assignment and asked any necessary questions. Now it's time to dig a little deeper. Click the pause control to read over the assignment for yourself. First, find the introduction, which puts the assignment in the context of the course. Next, look for a list of questions or ideas that make you think. Sometimes instructors do not include this list, but when they do, confirm whether you have to answer every question or address every issue. Often you don't. These lists are usually meant to spark ideas. Look for the heart of the assignment, the question you must answer or the task you have to complete. To do this, look for key verbs like analyze, describe, explain, discuss, and compare. Now, find tips for writing the paper and warnings about what to avoid. Finally, note information related to formatting and logistics, like requirements for the font, margins, honor code, title page, and instructions about turning in the paper. For example, whether to submit it by email, post it on Sakai, or bring it to class.
Do you have a research assignment and you don't know what to write about? Don't panic. To pick a great topic, a good place to start is making sure you understand your assignment. Ready? Pull out your assignment prompt and answer these 4 questions. What type of research assignment is it? Is it an argument? Pick a topic that is persuasive and can be backed up with evidence. What type of research assignment is it? Is it an argument? Pick a assignment prompt and answer these 4 questions. What type of research assignment is it? Is it an argument? Pick a topic that is persuasive and can be backed up with evidence. Is it analysis? Pick a topic that you can explore from different perspectives. How many pages are required? Less than 5? More than 10? Your topic needs to be the right fit for the length of your paper. For example, less than 5 pages would not be an adequate amount of space to cover a topic as broad as the history of advertising. And more than 10 pages may be far too much space to cover a topic as narrow as the impact of Kate Moss on women's body image. What are the source requirements? Do you need to include scholarly, peer-reviewed, or academic sources? Often this is a requirement, so you will need to choose a topic that is suitable for research in scholarly sources. And finally, are topic suggestions supplied by your instructor? Did your assignment include topic ideas or themes you need to address? Highlight all the ideas that are interesting to you and think about how you can apply your own creative spin.
Doing an assignment isn't a linear process. You might backtrack, take different paths, or go round in circles. You start by reading the task in detail to make sure you understand all the parts. There are different ways of doing this, so choose one that works best for you. You might revise your plan after more reading and thinking. This might happen a few times before your final draft, so don't get frustrated. As you read and learn more, your argument should evolve and might look different to what you originally thought. What type of assignment are you heading to? Your task instructions and feedback form might explain the structure, formatting, or type of assignment. An essay usually has an introduction, body paragraphs, a conclusion, and a reference list. So does a report, but there are usually some extra parts. Reflective papers will vary in structure. Always check your task instructions. You are not just writing your assignment for your tutor. The language you use should reflect your profession. It should also be formal and objective, but the formality may vary depending on the task. An essay should convince your reader. A report provides information or solutions. A reflective paper shows connections between your learning, experiences, and the subject you're studying. Use reliable and academic evidence to support your ideas in all your academic assignments. Make sure you check the assignment feedback form before you start. If you can't find this information, ask your tutor. Let's analyze an example task. Identify the content words and phrases. These show what you have to focus on. The instruction words tell you how to approach the content. For example, Describing something is different to comparing or contrasting. Also, identify the limits. Here, the focus should be on contemporary business, so you need to think about what this might mean. Look at the due date, word length, and weighting to identify how much time to spend on the assignment and the detail to include. Doing assignments at uni involves many twists and turns, so know where you're heading and know how to get there. Start the process early to get ahead.
Once you have a topic you want to learn more about, determine an appropriate scope of investigation. An initial research topic may be too broad to be the subject of an effective paper. Break down your research question into smaller ones that are more specific and manageable. For example, researching internet search engines may interest you, but this is too broad a topic to research. There are hundreds of search engines, and it would be impossible to conduct effective research on all of them at once. Try getting more specific. Maybe you're interested in the negative aspects of some search engines. This is a step in the right direction, but the topics might be: what privacy issues are Google users experiencing and how are they being affected?
No matter your topic, you likely will need a variety of different source types. The library catalog and databases are ideal. Take notes and keep track of your references. Information, you must form your own ideas about the information you find.
Your first step.
This is how she started losing weight.
My name is Debbie, and with Noom, I've lost 130 pounds.
I work out every day for a year.
Your first step in writing a research paper is to come up with a topic. Sometimes your instructor gives you one, but often you need to choose your own meaningful topic. Although this sounds easy, it can often be one of the most challenging parts of a research paper. To provide inspiration for a topic, think of something from your everyday life. Think about topics from your courses or a course reading, from the news, from your job or a campus group you work with, or even from your own interests or those of your parents or friends. For example, let's say you and your friends saw a new superhero movie over the weekend. Superheroes seems like a possible research topic, right? So, where do you on your topic or keyword course pages search like Google and search superheroes and search result for an opinion broad it specific form a broad three of them requires a blank superhero pop culture connection to the central topic comics character. Some examples we saw online were pop culture connections from each of these. Take 5 to 10 minutes to fill up your sheet. It's still very messy, but if we carefully circle a few of these terms and set aside the others for now, we arrive at a narrower topic: female superheroes and gender stereotypes. Aside the others for now, like sheet of line superheroes into something more narrow. There are many techniques you can use to transform a broad topic idea like superheroes into something more narrow and easier to answer. Let's look at 3 of them. The first technique is called mind mapping. This technique is very visual and requires a blank piece of paper and a pencil. Start with your big topic idea in the center. For examples we saw online were draw more connections from each of these. Take 5 to 10 minutes to fill up your sheet of paper with connecting words related to the central topic. Here's what our mind map looks like. It's still very messy. Lower topic: female superheroes and gender stereotypes. Another technique you can use to explore a topic is sort of like detective work. Get answers to the 5 W's: who, what, where, when, and why. Who is concerned or cares about this topic? What are some things that influence or are influenced by the topic? Where is the topic relevant? Why is the topic important? When was or is the topic relevant? Use your answers to these questions to narrow a broad topic into something negotiable for a research paper. The last technique we'll cover is free-forming or pre-writing. Simply take some time and write continuously on your topic without worrying about spelling or grammar. After 10 to 15 minutes, you'll see what you know and don't know about a topic. From there, narrow your scope. While not as common, sometimes a chosen topic is too narrow to begin with and needs to be broadened. For example, if we were to start with the topic diversity of authors in graphic novels about the Marvel Universe, there may be less information available to find and explore, which will make researching more difficult. Diversity in language on a form writing to narrow a large topic.
Why did I get promoted? Because I'm awesome and because I'm using WordTune.
Strong research papers have a clear focus. You may know this in theory, but when you're starting out, it can be challenging to decide what that focus should be. How do you move from the broad topic that your instructor has assigned to a specific topic that you can explore in depth? You can start by asking yourself 4 questions. Each of these questions is a step that will help you narrow your research topic. Let's imagine your broad research topic is the comic book industry. First question, what time period would you like to focus on? You could focus on a historical era, like the Middle Ages, or you could focus on a developmental stage, like childhood. The way you interpret this question will depend on your topic. Let's focus on the period known as the Golden Age of comic books. We'll look at comics published between 1938 and 1950. Now our topic is comic books published between 1938 and 1950. Second question, what location would you like to focus on? You can think about location in a number of different ways. You may want to focus on a geographic location, or maybe it makes more sense to focus on a region of the brain. Let's focus on American comics. Our research topic is now American comic books published between 1938 and 1950. Third question, what category would you like to focus on? A category refers to a grouping of items with similar characteristics. A category could be a group of people, a set of similar theories, or a particular species. Think about what category might mean for your topic. Let's say you'd like to know more about between American superhero comics published between 1938 and 1950. We need another question. Fourth question, what perspective, point of view, or issue do you wish to capture? Let's look at the representation of female heroes in 1950. This 4-step strategy can apply to other kinds of research topics too. For example, using the narrowing criteria of time, location, category, and issue, we can move from the broad topic of global warming to the narrower topic of the impact of ocean acidification, issue, on oysters, category, near British Columbia, location, over the past 5 years, time. Or we can move from the broad topic of political strategies to the narrower topic of the success of United States, location, Presidential candidates, category, who used scare tactics to garner support, issue, during the 58th American presidential election, time. Once you have a focused research topic, your next step is to create a research question. Drop by the library for more help.
Are your kids in grades 6 to 11? Harvard has made SAT and ACT score submission optional in its admissions process. If they don't require SAT and ACT scores, how will Harvard and other Ivy League universities choose from 100,000 plus college applicants? You see, the secret to increasing your child's chances of getting into a top university isn't found in these standardized tests. We called it 10 years ago. Colleges are not looking for students that just score 4.0 plus GPAs. In fact, top universities like the USC, Stanford University, Harvard University, Columbia University, etc. are looking for 3 factors. These 3 factors will tell them everything they need to know about your child, and we're not just talking about their GPA or SAT score. How do we know this? Because we've helped over 800 students get into top colleges, even when they had below
Choosing an aspect of your topic to write about can be done in a number of different ways. If your topic is too broad, you will not be able to write a paper with adequate depth, so you'll have to narrow it down. Let's say that you want to write about the environment or green movements. Some ways to narrow down this topic include time. Has your topic changed over time? Can you example animal species, consumers, or for example,
Meet Jenny. Jenny has a research project due in a few days. She picked a topic when her professor first assigned the project. She chose her favorite teacher, having a lot of trouble finding her. But the research process is a lot messier than that, and picking your topic that you test with some exploratory research. Gone through this cycle a few times, you may find that you need to pull in additional to do it again with the professor required tied together to help her form.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company, Audible. Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000 every single month in passive income, and I'm not the only one. People like Katrina and Carla, Elena, Renee, all making thousands of dollars a month in passive income using the same.
What is a thesis statement? A thesis statement is a specific idea that lays down the foundation for your paper. It should address the elements of the who, what, when, where, why, or how of your paper. Let's say that you're writing a paper that seeks to address the benefits of working out. Let's construct a thesis statement addressing this issue. Is this a good example of a thesis statement? Working out is a good habit because it leads to a healthier life. No, it isn't. Some of these questions specifically, your paper will have a well-constructed thesis statement. Here is another example. Working out can be a difficult habit to begin, but the effects of a better night's sleep, a healthier body, and a sharper mind are immediate and extremely beneficial. This is a good thesis statement because it answers why and in what way working out is beneficial when the healthy, drawn by a simple formula when writing a paper comprised of 5 paragraphs. Working out is important because it positively affects that follow the beginning of the sentence. 1, 2, and 3 should guide the topics of your 3 body paragraphs. Okay, let's recap the rest of your paper statement. Writing is better with practice, so don't give up and keep trying.
Hello, my name is Ariel, and welcome to How to Write an Essay. Today I'm talking all about thesis statements, and you might think that's impossible to make an entire video about thesis statements, but I have so much to say. This series is brought to you by Squarespace. So, a thesis statement. You could say it is the anchor of your entire paper. Let's start. What is a thesis statement? It's your entire paper. Let's start. This series is brought to you by Squarespace. So, a thesis statement. You could say it is the anchor of your entire paper. Let's start. What is a thesis statement? It's a short statement, usually one sentence, that summarizes the main point or claim of an essay and is developed, supported, and explained in the text by means of examples and evidence. Where should it be? Typically, your thesis statement should be at the end of your introduction. This is not a steadfast rule. You don't always have to put it there, but honestly, 99% of the time, you want to have it at the end of your introduction. A really helpful way to think about your thesis statement is that it's a compass. Imagine that you've just been plopped in front of a forest, and the compass, right before you're going to go and journey to lead you, simply doing for me as well. It's what it is your thesis statement. It's a tool, but your thesis statement dogs. You could forgetting and trying to defend. Remember that your thesis statement should be an argument, not a fact. That's not unique to you, something that to do this practice. Write down on your computer, go ahead and type, in this essay, I will be arguing that, and then fill in the blank. That literally forces you to create an argument. You can end up leaving that as your final thesis statement, especially in lower years of university. Just having a clear argument is what a marker is looking for. But you can then, once you have a solid thesis foundation, change that so that it isn't as obvious. Another thing to keep in mind is that a thesis statement is never fixed. You can always change it, and thesis statements often do change throughout the essay writing process. You may have a thesis statement, you write your first paragraph, and you're like, oh wow, I actually am arguing something else. Or like 7 paragraphs into the paper, you realize, wow, I'm not actually arguing what my thesis statement is. Go ahead and change it. Adjust course to whatever you're actually writing about. You might think that my passion for thesis statements is insane and out of control, but thesis statements can help to anchor your paper. It can help you to link back and constantly make sure that what you're arguing is related to what you said you'd be arguing, and it's helpful to the reader to make sure that they know what you're talking about and can follow your argument. I really hope that you have found this helpful. Make sure to check out my other episodes on how to write an essay, and thank you so much to Squarespace for sponsoring this video.
Okay, writing a thesis statement is thesis statement is all about figuring out the main idea for your paper and then explaining that main idea to your reader. But where to begin? Begin with the question you're answering with your essay. We'll use the scarlet letter as an example. Let's say your teacher gave you the following question as your essay topic. What role does the scarlet letter A play in Hawthorne's novel, and why is it important? Step 1. Assuming you've read the book, and really you can't write a paper without having read the book, answer the question off the top of your head. Question: what role does the scarlet letter A play in Hawthorne's novel, and why is it important? Preliminary thesis. In the scarlet letter, the letter A is a symbol. Important. After you do, revise your thesis statement. Question: what you're going to write about, but how you're going to make your symbol. It actually helps define Hester's identity, transforming her from an adulteress to a woman who's able, and finally into an angel. That's a great thesis, if I do say so myself. A little different, a little deeper. If your answer to any of these questions is yes, revise again. Question: what role does the scarlet letter A play in Hawthorne's novel, and why is it important? Finalized thesis version 2. In the scarlet letter, the letter A isn't just a symbol of Hester's downfall. As Hester moves from adulteress to a woman who's able, and finally to an angel, the A becomes a symbol of Hester's agency in defining her own identity. Let's look at those steps one last time. To write your own killer thesis statement: 1. Answer the question. 2. Refine your answer, making sure you've answered all parts of the question. 3. Refine your answer into a more focused thesis statement by including a reference to the examples you plan to use. 4. Refine your thesis so that it answers the question not just in a focused way, but also in a creative, thoughtful, even profound way. There you have it, an awesome thesis.
Are you a med student struggling to keep up with the endless stack of lecture slides in med school? Are you tired of trying to memorize thousands of facts without truly understanding the concepts of practicing medicine? Then med school.
In this screencast, I'm going to talk to you about thesis statement, which is something that you've learned in the past and you've probably been taught every year, but some of you told me that you would like to have a little refresher. So I put together this Prezi, which is going to show you, when I think about thesis statements, there's really 6 concepts or 6 facts about a thesis statement that I want you to understand. And then I'm going to show you 3 examples of thesis statements, one that I would consider to be a partially proficient thesis statement, one that's proficient, and one that's advanced. So let's start out with what it is. This is something you probably already know, but hopefully it's a review. First of all, a thesis statement is a statement. It is not a question. You cannot end your introduction with a question. You have to tell us the main idea or the focus of your piece of writing. In this case, it's an essay. So it's a statement of the main idea. It states that main idea as a fact, and this is something that I have had students struggle with in the past. Yes, it is your analysis, your opinion, your interpretation of our essential question, but you're going to prove it with evidence, so you state it as if it was a fact. Yes, maybe somebody would disagree with you, but you are going to state your thesis as a fact. Another way to think of it is that it is a claim that you'll spend the rest of your essay supporting with the specific examples from the text, whether it's quotes or paraphrasing an event that happened. You will back up your claim with evidence. The next thing I want you to know and understand about a thesis statement is that it should not be an obvious statement. And if you write something like these 3 bullet points here, I will smack your face off. This is the kind of thesis statement that I might expect to see from a 3rd grader, a 4th grader. We no longer will you say something that's this obvious. In this essay, I will be writing about, or this essay will prove, or the topic of this essay is. No. If your ideas are strong and your organization is clear, you should not have to tell me what you're about to say. Just say it. Don't tell me what the writing is going to be about. Just write it. Don't tell me what the essay is going to prove. Just prove it. Get to the point. And another thing I want to quickly mention is that you cannot say I in an essay. In an analytical essay about a novel, in this genre of writing, it is not appropriate to say I.
Okay, good night, guys.